All right. Good evening, everybody. Thought I had this thing set. That's a little better. I can get rid of those. Howdy, folks. Welcome to Friday night late shift. Man, hope you guys had a great week. It's good to be with you guys again this Friday night. Man, I tell you, I've been looking forward to this. It's been a busy week. Busy week. Hey, I gotta say hello to a lot of folks out there in the chat. Nice to see so many folks out there early. I saw a question real quick. Somebody asked about that intro music. You know, music's a funny thing on YouTube. You have to be really careful. Make sure you find music that doesn't have a copyright or that you've got permission to use it, all that kind of good stuff. So it took me quite a while to scour the free music archives of various places to come up with some music that I knew wasn't going to get a copyright strike. A lot of that stuff is pretty hard to listen to, but that one is actually a pretty good tune. So I'm taking you guys like that and have enjoyed it as well. I've had actually had somebody comment on it and said, you know, it was nice to have some kind of chill music to start out a live stream. So yeah, so that's the story behind the music. All right, let's see what's going on here. Lots of people in the chat tonight. Hey, one other thing I want to mention before I get too far. I got two awesome emails this week from you viewers. I got one from EOD, and EOD, I do know your name. You don't use it, so I don't want to use it unless you tell me it's okay to use it. But EOD sent me a fantastic email letting me know what he likes about the channel, things he's interested in. And that was really great. I really appreciate that. And then Patrick also sent me a couple of great emails doing the same. So I really appreciate that, guys. You know, first of all, it's just good to know that there are people out there who are appreciating and enjoying what you're doing, right? This takes a little bit of doing, and it's nice to know that people are getting something out of it. So I appreciate that. And then I also appreciate, excuse me, anybody who is going to take some time to make some suggestions to help make the channel better. I mean, I really appreciate that as well, right? I really want this to be something that everyone enjoys on a Friday night. So what better way to do that than to ask people what they like, what they don't like. And when you get a response to, you know, accommodate that and, you know, mold what we're doing so that people will enjoy it. So both of you guys, I really appreciate that. Thank you for sending those notes in. Let's see. Busy week though. Holy smokes. I had a couple of visitors out to the ranch, and that doesn't happen a lot when you kind of live out in the sticks. And if any of you know what that's like, and you know, I kind of like that, but it's also nice to get a visitor every now and again. I had Frank of Tank Radio come out. His family was doing a barbecue competition out here somewhere close on Saturday night. And so he stopped out and we got to hang out for a while. We watched Josh's Ham Radio Crash Courses stream out on the back porch and had a little whiskey, smoked some cigars, and just kind of relaxed. It was really nice. Hung out with the dogs. It was a good night. And then Jason, Ham Radio 2.0, stopped over a little later in the week. I think it was Thursday. And he came over in support of his 30 Days of Ham Radio series that he's doing. And you guys can probably figure out what he might have been doing here. But we did a little work, which was nice. And then we got to hang out just a little bit. He came over in the middle of the day, so I didn't have a ton of time. He didn't have a ton of time. But we did enjoy it. We made the most of it. And it was good to have some folks over. So that took up some time that is not typical in my week. And then on Sunday, one of our dogs here on the ranch, man, Lucy was just acting weird. And Lucy is a 135-pound Anatolian Shepherd. And any of you who have big dogs know one of the concerns with a big dog is if their stomach gets twisted and they can get, what's that called? I forget what that's called. Bloat. Yeah, they can get something called bloat, and it can be deadly. And she just was acting really funny. And so this was like an hour or so before I was going to stream on Sunday night. So those of you who were looking forward to that stream on Sunday night, if you were wondering why I sent out that message with, not much notice, it was to get Lucy to the vet because we were worried about her. The good news is, once we got the emergency vet to check her out, it wasn't bloat. She had a slipped disc essentially. And so she got some blood work to make sure she could handle some drugs. We got her some drugs, and boy, I tell you, she turned around really well in a couple of days here. So we're glad that Lucy's back to normal, but that certainly ate into the week as well. So lots going on. But I did have the chance to get into some fun ham radio stuff as well. So, I had a chance to dig in some more a little bit with the satellite telemetry thing. I'd mentioned to you guys I was waiting on one of these little Lana Newelec LNAs, so that came in, and I pulled this guy out. This is the Eggnogs, the Halibut Electronic Eggnogs egg beater antenna. So I pulled that out, played with the with this little LNA just a little bit. Didn't have a ton of time to do it, but I did get a couple of passes in. I also got in another one of these Newelec SDRs, and this one is the Smart T. So this one has the bias T built into it. So these are not that expensive either. I'm going to put these in my Amazon store and put links out to these if folks are interested in tinkering around with these things, because they're pretty inexpensive, and it gets you a chance to start playing with these SDRs and, getting into the satellite, another aspect, right? Another angle of the satellite thing. Let's see here. Yeah, Dr. Brad, you know exactly what that thing is called. We just call it bloat. That's what we get worried about. That's a bad thing. Hey, Jason, thanks for joining the stream. Good to see you out there. I don't know how long you've been out there. I just chatted a little bit about your visit, and that you may have a video coming out based on that visit here in the next few days. Yeah, Chris, that is a fun project. That Smitty's Halibut Electronics, Mark Smith, his little kit is a lot of fun to put together. It's not super difficult. He's got great instructions with it, and it's a fun project. It's like an afternoon project. So certainly something to give a try if you've never done a project like that. He sells them with specific bands in mind. So the one I just showed you was the 70 centimeter one. He's got a 2 meter one, and then he's got several other frequencies for other things. Weather satellites. I think he's got an ADS-B one. So he's got a number of different specific frequencies out there. Let's see. Have I heard anything about the TLEs being off? You know, EOD, I don't believe I did. I'm just trying to think. I'm trying to think what passes I've worked lately. I worked an ISS pass on Thursday, and I had no trouble at all. It was spot on. I had no trouble at all. So I'm curious what you heard there. Let's see what else we've got out here. Hey, it's good to see all you folks in green. Thanks so much. Okay, yeah. I just mentioned, Jason, that I had a couple of visitors last week. So I had Frank out on Saturday night. You got to come out Thursday afternoon. So it was nice to get some folks out here on the ranch. Gray Man just got home. Gray Man, you going for, you're on the path to 20,000. If you guys aren't, if you guys don't follow Gray Man and his, some of his exploits, this past Sunday, it was Sunday, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Sunday. The days all run together. He made his 10,000th contact from a park, his local park. So not a kilo, but a deca-kilo. 10,000 contacts. Let that sink in a little bit. 10,000 contacts from a single park. That's a great accomplishment. It's really cool. And I think whoever he made contact with, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember right, I think he's sending them a coffee mug or something. So cool stuff. So it sounds like he's on the path to 20K. That's the next big thing. Or maybe it's 25K. I don't know. 10K to 25K. All right. Well, good to see everyone out there. Let me see what else I've got here. Just a few notes. I will be back to streaming on Sunday night. So I've got one more night of Sunday night streaming. That's in the 6 o'clock time slot where Frank normally is. Frank's got one more week in Jason, the Ham Radio 2.0's 7 o'clock slot. And after that, getting into October, everything gets back to normal. So I think, Jason probably is ready for a break from making videos every single day. I saw on one of his videos this week where he said it was the first time he got up in the morning and said, oh man, I don't want to make a video today. So that's probably the hint that you need to take a break. All right, let's see here. Before we get into this and that, let me just do a little bit of housekeeping here. Make sure you guys know about the community list. If we've got any new viewers out in the audience, community list is where I stay in contact with the audience. I send out an occasional, I get an email out there maybe once a quarter type of thing. That's a newsletter style email. And then I send out a weekly reminder before the live stream, this stream here. And in that email, I give everybody a kind of a recap of the previous week, let them know what we're going to be talking about this week. And just try to set the table, right? Get everybody ready and excited for the late shift. But other than that, the big thing that you get on the community list is that's how you get signed up for my channel giveaways. So I don't pull comments from the chat. I don't do, those different types of things. You've got to be on the community list in order to be able to win on this channel. So if that's something you're interested in, make sure you sign up for the community list. And then one more I'll mention just real quick. This is my link tree. This is bitsy/dr. This will get you all of my various socials. This will get you access to some of my merchandise. This will get you all of my, or many of mine. I have to look at it. I don't know if I have it completely up to date. I do send an up-to-date list out on the community list emails though. But This is also where you'll find my discount codes and affiliate links. So check that out if that's something you're interested in as well. All right. Let's see what we've got here. I think we're ready. Looking forward to the next project. 100 days of ham radio. There you go. Oof. That sounds brutal. Hi, Lucas. Good evening and welcome to the stream tonight. All right. Let's see here. I think it's time. Let's go ahead and let's get into this and that. So this is a segment where I just share with folks all the various things that I've seen over the week that either have some sort of interest for me or things that I want to share and you know, I think you guys may find interesting. So this is kind of a potpourri of items here. But the first thing I've got here is, this is my poor girl, Lucy. This is, I took this picture whenever we were at the vet on Sunday night. And this is exactly what she was doing. She would just like hug the floor. You see, she's got her little Band-Aid on her back leg there where she gave some blood. But yeah, it's good that Lucy's back on track. She's back in action here. Hey, something I want to mention, and I want to thank all you guys who hit that subscribe button. I hit 4,000 subscribers last week. So that's a big milestone for me. I'm looking forward to the next big one, which is 5,000. And that's when I'm going to have a big channel giveaway. So we're going to be giving away some radios, some antennas, some Meshtastic devices, all kinds of stuff, all kinds of good stuff. So we're getting close. But yeah, want to say thanks to everybody who subscribes. That's awesome. It's always fun whenever you hit one of these milestones. Hey, Frank, welcome. Glad you were able to make it in. All right. A couple hours ago, the CQ Worldwide RTTY contest kicked off. So that's 7 o'clock Central that kicked off. And this is probably my second favorite RTTY contest. And unfortunately, I took down my my primary HF antenna not that long ago. So I do have an end-fed half wave up, but that's not a contest grade antenna. I don't do that well with that antenna. So I'm not going to be, I might jump on it for a little bit tomorrow, but you know, RTTY contesting is the one kind of contesting I really enjoy. I mean, I enjoy things like field day as well, you know, those types of things, but to me, that's more of an event, more of a social event, less of a contest. But when it comes to like hardcore contesting, sit at the keyboard and the radio for hours on end, RTTY's where I'll spend my time. And this is a really good one. So if you guys haven't tried RTTY, would like to try RTTY, this is a great weekend to give it a try. There's usually around 15,000 participants in this contest. It's a big contest. That's, you know, that's big for a digital contest. So if that's something you've been thinking about trying, this would be a great weekend to give that a try. Hey, I saw this note and I wanted to pass this along. This kind of fits in just a little bit with my topic for tonight as well. So this is the new Heltec. So many of us probably started with a Heltec V3 as our first Meshtastic radio. Well, this is the latest iteration. This is the Heltec V4. Now, let me see here. This is worth taking a look at. So let me go up here and find this real quick. Here we go. So this is an update to the V3. So it's got the same form factor, first of all. So if you've got a V3 case, really good chance that this is going to fit in your V3 case. So that's the first thing you want to know. They've done a lot of upgrades to this little guy. First of all, it's USB-C, right? You can see that peeking out here. So that's an improvement. You've got larger buttons here. This is an improvement. And those of you who may be familiar with the V3, you may notice that they've also got an enclosed screen here, right? And you've got your Wi-Fi antenna built into this little enclosure for the screen. Now the V3 screen is kind of janky looking, right? There's a piece of plastic over it, but it's kind of open around all edges. So they've done a nice job here and really cleaned this up here. If we take a look here, the other thing that I like that that they do is they have frequency specific boards. So you can choose your board. Now, I took a close look here at this, and it looks like, I don't know, I have one of these coming in. So I'm going to have to take a look. I ordered the 915 megahertz one, of course, but it looks like, you know, do you pop a resistor off of the one that, you know, you want to use, or is it vice versa? I don't know. It looks like you've maybe got the ability to make that change on your own if that's something that you're interested in. But let's slide down here just a little bit. Here's some other things that's pretty interesting. Twice as much memory, which is great. Let's see. They got rid of this USB to serial chip. I wonder what that's all about. I haven't taken a super close look at this. But I did notice a few things. Solar input, so it can accept a solar input. Now this is a 5-volt solar input. Here's something else that's real nice. They turned up the power on this thing. So it's got a little more juice than the old version did. Yeah, let me see. I lost my chat there. There we go. Let's see what else. Oh yeah, they've also added a GPS interface to it, right? So you can add a GPS to this. That was always kind of a knock on the V3 as well. And oh yeah, here the screen bracket, partial protection, full protection. Here you can see the difference in these two. But the pinouts are the same. So pretty cool. And of course, the one thing, the other thing that they said, let me see, where is that at? They said somewhere on here that they greatly improved the power utilization. They also have two versions of it, a 28 dBm and a 22 dBm low and high power version. Though right now it looks like the only one that's available is the high power version. Now, I've heard these aren't actually shipping yet, but they've got them on the website. I've got an order in on it, so we'll see. But I've heard that they're not quite shipping. Maybe they're just shipping in the last couple of days. But I'm excited to see this. And the one thing that this has over the NRF chips is this supports Wi-Fi. So that's going to be important for our discussion this evening. All right. Before I move on, let me just check in, see if we've got any questions out there in the chat or any good comments. Oh, yeah. Thanks, Frank. Thanks for the congratulations. 4K mode. Yeah. Let's see. I've got, where did my, here we go. Here, I've got a question here. Is the elk one of the antennas? John, I'm not sure what that question is specifically in relation to, but I do have an interesting story to share with you guys a little bit later tonight about a comparison that I was able to do this last week actually on Sunday over the weekend with some help from Prep Ham Paul and Jason, and She's on Frequency with Elle, who were all out doing the Texas QSO party. I had a chance to try reaching each of those guys on, reaching those guys on each of those antennas with 2-meter SSB. So we'll talk about that. Put a pin in that, and we're going to come back to that. All right, let's see what else. Is there a good manual or video? Boy, Pepe, I would point you to Alpha Alpha Zero Zulu. Kyle has, that's his YouTube channel, AA0Z. He has some videos that he did a while back on setting up various software components for RTTY contests. That's the one that immediately comes to mind. I am sure there are some others out there, but I can't think of any of those, but Kyle is a great resource for some of that stuff. So just do a search for RTTY on his channel, and I'm sure you'll find some things to get you going there. All right, Brant says we need more. I'm not sure what we need more of, Brant. Maybe you'll have to, I'm a little slow here on the chat tonight. It's not hard to add a GPS to the V3. No, it's not hard, but this has a direct 8-pin interface. So it's super easy on the V4. Wi-Fi, yeah, we're going to talk a little bit more about Wi-Fi. Howdy from Vegas. Wow, WV3V, Urban Ham Radio. That sounds like a YouTube channel. I might have to check that out. I got to get my note card out. Hold, please. All right. I always take a ton of notes during these streams, and it gives me a bunch of things to look up over the course of the week. And WV3V, I'm going to check you out. I'm going to see if that's a channel. WV3V. If it is, my apologies for not knowing it. But I'm going to check it out. Awesome. All right, Jonathan, welcome and good evening. Yeah, you got it, Pepe. All right, thumbs up. Let's see. I'll be POTAing with Kyle sometime tomorrow morning. Nice. Have a good time, Gray Man. All right, let's see here. So that's pretty cool. I'm excited about getting another Meshtastic option out there, right? And it's good to have all these different options. Now, this one here was really kind of designed as a kind of a prototyping board. So there's lots of access. It's well documented. But there, of course, are cases out there to just run it as a portable device too. So good stuff there. All right. Let's see what else we've got here in my this and that column for today. I think I've got one more Meshtastic item. Yes, I do. Have you guys seen this? I think this looks pretty cool. This is a new device from Rack Wireless and Moco Smart. Looks a little familiar, doesn't it? So I get a kick out of it. I mean, you know, it obviously looks like the T1000, which we're all very familiar with, and you know, we all have and use. It's a great little device for you know, specific Meshtastic purposes. So I think it was just a matter of time before somebody kind of follows up that device with a new version. I thought it might be Seed Studio that would get us V2 before we saw it from somebody else, but this one's kind of interesting. So It's about the same price. You know, it's close to the same price. This is free shipping on this. Now, the first, they had a batch of them. They had an early batch of them that sold out, gone. So right now they're taking pre-orders for the second batch. So if this is something you might be interested in, you want to get your pre-order in, you want to jump on this before that pre-order is gone. Now, a couple of things that's different about this. Now, you can see these guys stuck with the pogo pins, but they put them on the front of the device or on the same side of the device where the button is, right? Now, I'm curious, right? I can't wait to see it, touch it, feel it, play with it, but it seems like the Seed Studio button might be a little bit better from a long-term viability standpoint, long-term use and viability standpoint. There you can see those pogo pins really pop on that. Now they don't show you too much on the back here, but I know there's an on-off switch. Where did I see that? I saw it somewhere. Ah, here we go. There's a power button on the back corner of this thing, which I think that's a good idea, right? That's certainly something that's missing and needed on the T1000. Okay. Similar type of pogo pins and the button. Now, the big thing here that I think is probably the other kind of improvement, if you will, is, oh, look, they actually call out the T1000 here. What do they say? So it's got a slightly better IP rating. The T1000E has an IP65 rating, if I'm not mistaken, and it has a slightly larger battery. I think the T1000 has a 700 milliamp 700 milliamp versus 1,000 milliamp. I don't know if we've got Dave with us or not. He might be able to keep me straight on that. I might not have some of those details right. The T1000, yeah, I mean, it's the same switch as the function switch. So yeah, it does. It does. Yeah, steel cage grudge match. So these things are about the same price. This one, I believe, is going to have a little bit bigger battery. We might have to, oh, looky here. Okay. Battery capacity. So larger battery, little bit better on the waterproof rating and the dust rating. GPS fixed time. Boy, this looks like some marketing here, doesn't it? Optimized for quicker fixes. We can't tell you what it is. We can't tell you how long it's going to take, but it's optimized where that one's not. That looks like some marketing crap there. Reset boot mode access. Reset and boot mode. Yeah, that's, I mean, not exactly true. Let's see. Comfortable tactile button, feels firmer. I think I would actually like this button better, but I'm going to reserve my opinion until I get my hands on it. Credit card and smarter layout. I have no idea what that means. I have no idea how that's a smarter layout, unless I don't believe I had an opportunity to tell it. No. This is likely going to suffer from the exact same issue that the T1000 has in terms of the antenna, the compromised antenna, trying to do all frequencies instead of having different devices at different frequencies. So it's likely going to have the same capability from a transmit perspective. Love the T1000's receive. I could love the transmit better. It'll be curious though, but it's fun. Hey, more options is good, right? That's a great way to look at it. That's the way I look at it. All right, let's see. Do I have anything else out here in this or that? Let's see. Oh yeah, I've got a lot of stuff out here tonight. Let's see. This here is just a follow-up from our episode a few weeks ago. You recall we talked about AST Space Mobile and them trying to get access to some 70 centimeter ham radio band for some command and control functionality on their satellites. Well, after all the dust has settled, right, everybody did their comments, and the ARRL, they made their best pitch, and several other organizations did as well. Where we ended up is the FCC granted them an emergency use only to that frequency for 20 satellites. So if we take a close look here, what they're essentially saying is they can use those, if I remember, I think it's for up to an hour. They can use these frequencies. Is it up to an hour? Let me just look real quick. Let's see. So they can use emergency operations only when no other bands are available. Oh, not to exceed 24 hours, right? So it's going to be interesting, right? These guys don't have the best track record in terms of playing nice in the radio space. These guys have, Germany is the one that's, believe it was Germany that said, when you fly over Germany, you got to turn off all your radios because we don't appreciate the interference you're causing. So it'll be interesting. We'll keep an eye on this for sure, but I wanted to pass along kind of an update on AST Space Mobile. All right, let's see what else we've got here in the chat. Okay. Looks like WV3V is a newer YouTuber. Well, fantastic. Welcome to the fray. I'll certainly go out and check out your channel. Looking forward to learning a little bit more about what you're doing. Urban ham radio, that could be interesting. That could be fun. All right, let's see what else we've got out here. I think I think we're doing all right then. Sonny, welcome. Nice to have you out there in the chat. Let's see, how are we doing tonight? Oh, we've got 36, 37 folks out there. Yeah, that's right. Don't make the Germans mad. That's for sure. All right. So that's what's going on with AST Space Mobile. Now this one here, this is great. I don't know if you guys saw this or heard about this. I saw this I believe I saw it first in my AMSAT, newsletter. And if you guys are not already subscribed to that newsletter, I suggest you go ahead and sign up for that. The AMSAT news letter is a weekly newsletter that comes out, and it just shares all kinds of stuff going on in the world of ham radio, or in the world of amateur radio on satellites. I'll put a link in the description after the show here, so you guys can go check that out if you're interested in. But so this was the Swedish. This came out from the Swedish AMSAT group. And it was a letter that they sent. Well, here, let me pull this up. This is great. This is a letter. Here we go. That they sent out to a bunch of manufacturers. 12 manufacturers. Right. And this comes from AMSAT Sweden, AMSAT SM. And they basically said, hey, ICOM, Kenwood, Yaesu, Alinko. They got some Chinese manufacturers in here as well. Hey guys, it's great that you're putting all these advanced features into all these radios. But why can't we get some full duplex radios out here that have some real full duplex capability so that we can work some satellites with brand new radios? Now, wouldn't it be great? And, apparently, if you read this entire article, and again, I'll post this so you guys can go check it out. Apparently, some manufacturers have replied. Oh, here we go. 2 replies. Let's see. Looks like maybe Wushan was one that replied. Who is this one? I will soon test a KGUV9D. KGUV9D. Who makes that, guys? Who makes that? But wouldn't it be great if all we had to do, and aren't we going to feel silly if all we had to do was to formally ask, right? If all we had to do was write a letter, send it to a bunch of manufacturers, and say, hey guys, get us some radios with this specific capability. I think that would be just hilarious. That would be awesome, first of all. Oh yeah, so they reference everyone's favorite, the THD-72. That's like the mythical HT for satellite work. So Lars Thunberg, thank you, Lars. Thanks for doing the thing that, I mean, how many times do we see it and hear it? And how many times are we guilty of it ourselves? Well, we will complain about it, but what do we do about it? Well, Lars said, you know what? I can at least write a letter. So I thought this was just awesome. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right, let's see what else I've got here. I need to pick up the pace a little bit. Let's see what else we've got going on. Oh yeah, I talked a little bit about this. Right, this is something I was playing with this week. We do have a pass a little bit later this evening. We'll see how late we go. There's one right around midnight. There's an SO-124 pass that I have. The antenna. I actually have the arrow antenna set up and pointed in the expected path of that bird at midnight, and maybe we'll try to catch some telemetry on it. But this was fun here. Now, it was fun, but when you're doing a compare and contrast, right? And I mean, we can't help but do that. When you're comparing them, obviously, the elk and the arrow just do so much better than the egg beater does, right? They just do. This absolutely works. So if you're in a situation where you don't want to be standing outside and pointing an antenna at a satellite, and you're happy working, kind of 30-degree and up passes, this will do the job. You'll actually be able to work satellites, and you'll be able to get telemetry using an egg beater antenna. There's no question about that. But when you compare it to something that's got some gain, it's a tough comparison. All right. A couple other quick things. I have a new bumper sticker. I wanted to share that with you guys. I've got it out in my bitsy/dr link tree. So if this is something you guys are interested in, this is a play on the 14652, right? We always see those bumper stickers out there. I thought, heck, we need one for Meshtastic. So if you're rocking Meshtastic in your vehicle, slap one of these on there. Let people know you're monitoring long fast. So just a little bit of fun. Now these are pretty good size. These are like 7 inches, 7 by 3.5. So certainly big enough that when you're zooming down the highway, folks will be able to see that. And then the other edition, I don't have this quite up yet. I'm waiting for the first one to come in just to make sure everything looks good with it. But for all of you dedicated watchers and folks who are enjoying the late shift, I thought it'd be fun to have a late shift t-shirt out there. Let's see, John, how will it work for receiving SSTV from the ISS? So John, yes, it will receive. It's not going, I mean, you're not going to get the clarity of image that you'd get from a Yagi. Konnichiwa. Hey, Paul, nice to see you out there. Thanks for joining. Great to have the Japan flavor tonight. Appreciate it. But yeah, John, it'll work. You know, that is broadcast in the 70 centimeter space. So you could absolutely use that egg beater. But like I said, you're not going to have the clarity in the image that you would have. Make sure you're going to also have to have an LNA, right? It just doesn't work well enough. It doesn't receive well enough without an LNA. So, you know, my favorite LNA for 70 centimeters is the SSB 70 LNA. That's the German-made LNA. They make fantastic gear. And it's a low noise figure. It doesn't introduce much noise at all. Very low noise figure. Really high quality piece of kit. Now, I think they're also, you know, probably around 160 bucks, something like that, if memory serves. That's just for the LNA 70, which will, I think, take up to 10 watts to transmit through. Ideally, you're not transmitting through it. But yeah, it'll certainly work. You put an LNA on that egg beater, it'll work so much better. Let's see. ISS pass here in Vegas in 25 minutes. Really? Let me see what I've got here. What do I have coming up here? Oh yeah. Yep. So I've got that one here in about 10 minutes. Is that the one you're thinking? Well, you're saying 25. Maybe there's one a little bit later. I don't see that one. I've got one here in about 10 minutes, but the problem for me is it's on the wrong side of the house. And I've got my arrow antenna set up on that side of the house. So I could probably catch the last quarter of that pass, but wouldn't be good enough to take everybody's time up here on a live stream. So, but that is it for this and that tonight. Don, welcome. Let's see, is that in your shop links? So Sean, I've got the bumper sticker. The bumper sticker is out there. The shirt will probably be out there early next week. And let's see, you'll have that in a handful of colors. Let's see, you are not on the screen. Maybe that's just a little delayed. I think I'm on the screen now. Yeah, good to see you out there, Dawn. All right. I think we're ready. I think we're ready to talk about our main topic for tonight. Let me just make sure I've got the decks cleared. Looks good. All right, so our late shift downlink. So I've got a couple of things I want to talk about. The main thing I'm going to talk about as the primary topic for tonight is something I was playing around with Oh, is the LNA in your shop links? I'll put that out there for you, Sean. It's, those things are hit and miss in terms of availability. I know I had done a video on that right around the time of Fram to Ham. When I did that video, we sold out HRO. The folks out at HRO said that they've had those on the shelf for a long time, and then all of a sudden they all went away. But I think they got some more in by now. But yeah, I'll certainly put that out there so you guys know where to find that. You can find a link for it in one of those videos if you're anxious, if you're like Tim and you're impatient. You can jump out to one of those videos. It is, I think, called the Satellite Secret Weapon. There's a couple of videos like that where I talk about putting that together for use with the Fram to Ham event. You haven't needed an LNA for telemetry. Yeah, but you haven't been using, well, maybe you have, Don. You tried some of the egg beater antennas for your weather satellites, didn't you, Don? You tried the egg beater, this guy here. If I recall, I think you said that you were using that for telemetry. So, hey, good on you, man. Maybe it'll do better than, maybe you did a better job putting yours together than I did, Don. That could be it too. I certainly get much better results when I put the LNA on it. All right. So the topic that I want to talk about has to do with this whole mess. Let me show you this. Wait till you guys see this. Those of you on the community list, you've already seen this. This is a Node-RED flow that is packaged up in something called Hamtastic. Are you guys familiar with Hamtastic? Do you know what this is all about? I'm curious. Let's see. Okay, yeah, Dawn, you do have one of those. Good. Tim is efficient. I can't argue with that, Tim. You've got 10,000 contacts in a single park. You're doing something right. They receive better, but need to resolder it as they no longer work. And I am now, gotcha. Oh, let's see. WV3V says he's been using a V dipole, and that worked better than the QFH. Interesting. QFH, a lot of people swear by the QFH. But interesting to hear that you had good experience with the V dipole. That's cheap antenna for folks to build. All right. So, so you know of Hamtastic out there in San Diego. Cool. So what in the world is this Hamtastic stuff? Well, let's see. This is a work in progress here, but I put this together to try to explain what Hamtastic does. First of all, you want to think of Hamtastic, and what we're going to do tonight is I'm going to introduce you guys to this topic. We're going to talk a little bit about it. I'm going to give you guys some resources to get started on this, and hopefully a few of you will, and you'll understand why I'm taking this approach as we walk through this a little bit. So what you want to think about here is, Meshtastic is great, right? We love it when we go to the ham fests. We've got, tons of people, right? Hundreds of our closest friends are all on the mesh, and we're all able to chat, and we're having a great time, right? You walk around, new nodes are popping in all the time. There's all kinds of action. There's all type of activity. It's a lot of fun. And then you go home, and, a lot of you guys aren't going to be as lucky as we are here in North Texas, where whenever I drive out here into the middle of nowhere in North Texas, my Meshtastic is still going crazy. I'm still picking up nodes all over the place because North Texas, and specifically, you know, west of the Metroplex here, I can speak about that more directly because I've got firsthand experience here. You know, this area has really embraced Meshtastic, and it is everywhere. So, I mean, I've got a bunch of nodes here that I just picked up, a bunch of new nodes that I just picked up today from people I'm assuming either driving around or being new to the area, or maybe they just got some new devices. So we got Meshtastic all over the place here. And so that's great, right? It's got application here. It's enjoyable. It's fun. It's got application. But I also hear from a lot of you folks who say, you know, I'm the only guy with Meshtastic in my neighborhood. I'm the only guy with Meshtastic around here. I'll drive around with my node in my car and I don't see or hear anybody, right? That's a reality for some people. So what if you could take your Meshtastic device, configure it with a channel with all of your ham buddies that go to all of your events with you, right? So we always have a specific channel that is our YouTube bunch channel that we use at all the ham fests. What if all your buddies were using a channel and then you turned on MQTT? Now, I can hear some of you guys cussing and spitting and scratching and, you know, getting ready to turn off the channel right now. We're not going to use the internet though, but you're still going to use MQTT, right? The way that most of us had experience with MQTT is with an internet-based MQTT endpoint, right? And then your node gets flooded and it's a mess. It's a nightmare. But what if you had a local MQTT server that was running on a Raspberry Pi, and that Raspberry Pi was also connected to JS8 call, and you had JS8 call set up on 20 meters. So wouldn't it be cool if you could send a Meshtastic message that goes to an MQTT server, right? If you have an Meshtastic node, let me see if I'm using a program I'm not super familiar with. There's probably a way to zoom it, but I'm going to zoom it with the browser instead. Yeah, maybe that's not a great idea. We'll see. Maybe that's easier. So you got a bunch of Meshtastic nodes over here who send a message, and those go out via 900 megahertz, just like they always do. But what if you also sent out a message via MQTT over Wi-Fi to a Raspberry Pi that's got its own MQTT endpoint, what we call an MQTT broker, and it's running something called Hamtastic that you set up with Node-RED, and we take that message based on a topic that's configured in your MQTT broker, and we can then pass that on to JS8 call and send that out over HF. Right? It goes out 20 meters. And then the exact same thing happens in reverse at the other end. Whenever the person receives that JS8 call message, and if they've got Hamtastic set up, now you can push that same message out to your radio. Now you're not going to push it to this radio, unfortunately. You're not going to push it to your T1000. You're not going to push it to, gosh, what other popular ones are out there right now? You're not going to push it out to anything that doesn't have Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is the key here, right? This right here is the key. Right? That's what MQTT does, right? MQTT is a protocol that's designed for the Internet of Things to communicate over the internet. So you need some sort of network connection. Now, could you maybe do this with a serial connection? You might be able to do that with a serial connection. I'm not that deep into it, but I know you can do it over Wi-Fi. And you're going to be using MQTT configured in a way that isn't the way most people have typically played with MQTT in the past. All right. So that's the basic idea. Let's see what everyone seems to think of this here. Okay. So that's the idea, right? You're able to merge Meshtastic and HF and communicate over HF to other Meshtastic users. Let's see, EOD. Rob, I no longer want your 857. Scored a mint condition one on the island. Wow. That's fantastic. Congratulations. Glad to hear it. Hopefully you didn't have to spend like $1,000 for it. Chris, yeah, it is an interesting idea, right? Let's see. How do you keep the encryption over HF? Okay, so how do you keep the encryption over HF? How do you keep the encryption? Trying to think about what you're trying to say here. So you're sending via JS8 call. So Don, this actually uses, right? So this Hamtastic software basically translates, picks up a, you configure that to subscribe to the MQTT topic that is configured on that broker. And it picks it up and it passes it to JS8 call. And then from there, it's just JS8 call. I know you can't send encrypted communication. Yeah, well, it's not encrypted. You're not encrypting it, right? Because you're actually sending it. You're sending it via JS8 call. Let's see. What BLE? Yeah, I'm not sure. So I am, this is a topic that's probably this deep. I'm probably this deep right now. I have, I've set up my Raspberry Pi. I set up a fresh Raspberry Pi. I set up my Mosquito MQTT broker. I've got my Hamtastic set up and running with my Node Red Flow. And I've got my JS8 call connected. So I've got everything kind of wired up. But that's as far as I've made it to this point. Yes, it is encrypted when you're not in amateur mode. You have to put it in amateur mode. Yeah, that's a good point. I see where you're going now, Dawn. And thanks, WV3V. That is another requirement, is it must be in, you have to turn on the amateur radio mode, which will then take that, eliminate that encryption, and it will also ID you over the channel. Let's see, we need this in the ham version of Meshtastic. Otherwise, what reason is there to run the ham version? Yeah, that's exactly right. All right, so that's the idea. That's the concept. Let me show you guys where you guys can get involved in this and learn some more about this. So if you just Google this, you'll find there's a GitHub out here, and it's by the watchmaker Hamtastic. Okay. And it's got pretty decent instructions. Now, I have started a document of my own that I will post out on the Buy Me a Coffee that lists all the little nuances that I've run into as either issues or, problems for one reason or another. Some of those are just things that I introduced myself. Others may be where things are just maybe not super clear in the documentation. But I'll make that available to folks out on Buy Me a Coffee as well. But the concept here is, again, you install Mosquito on a Raspberry Pi. You set up a virtual environment, right? And they give you all the commands to set up a virtual environment. It uses Flask and a few other parts and pieces here, and they walk through all of that. JS8net is another package that it uses, right? And then they list out the number of dependencies that are listed, and then they give you some commands to go and get these dependencies. And this is fairly recent. So all these dependencies are, I didn't have any trouble finding these dependencies. They're not old. You can pretty much run most of these commands without any issue. And then this is standard setup for cutting and pasting a Node-RED flow. They tell you how to do that here. They give you all of that. All of that is up here in these scripts. Like here's your Node-RED flow that you paste in, right? And that's this guy. Right? That's all of this stuff here. There's a couple of scripts. Once you see how little there really is to this, it's like, oh, okay, I can do this. You set up a couple of scripts. They even tell you how to set them up as services, running them through, setting them up through systemd. They even give you the scripts for those. So it's all pretty straightforward. And that's how you kind of get started. And again, I'll put all these links together in the description. So if you guys want to try to put this together, I would love to have some other folks configured, set up with their own Hamtastic device so that we could try to send some messages over HF on a upcoming late shift. All right, where'd you guys go? Let's see. Does this sound like something you guys might be interested in doing? Drinking game. I'll just say Mosquito server instead. How about that? This might be good use for the ham version. Yep, it is. Let's see here. And can't MQTT be... It absolutely can be sent over the internet, but the idea here is we're trying to create an off-grid solution, right? We're trying to use more HF. We're trying to use more ham frequencies. We're trying to do this without the internet. Let's see. Yeah, you can pretty much run it on any platform that you want. Node-RED, that is. Let's see here. Yeah, you and I are too close for 20 meters. We'd have to try maybe 40 meters. I can get Mike, K8MRD, when he's in his home park, his Huntsville park, if we're both on 40 meters. Especially if I set up with NVIS, I can usually get him. So we would have to try that, Dawn. I don't really have a need for Node-RED. This is a solution looking for a problem. Yeah, well, I I'm not going to argue that point at all, Chris. I just think it's pretty doggone cool, right? That I could send something from a Meshtastic device, have it ultimately traverse over HF and be received by another Meshtastic user elsewhere. I think that's pretty cool. All right, so we've got those resources there. If you start doing some Googling, you'll certainly find some other resources as well. There's a few other folks who have done this, so these guys have this hamradio.my. This has a nice little write-up here as well. This is pretty much straightforward in terms of pretty much similar to what you're getting with the watchmaker README, but there may be a few, if nothing else, for those folks who don't like dark mode. I guess you can probably put your GitHub in light mode. I've just had it in dark mode for so long. But yeah, it looks like that looks like it's all pretty much the same. That looks like it's the same. This looks like it's all pretty much the same. Yeah. So I don't know that there's much new information here, but that might be just easier to read for some folks. The other thing I'll mention is when I was looking at some of these different nodes, some of them had some colorful language in them. So I just mentioned that so that if you guys install these from scratch, and if you happen to have any young ones around that might be watching over your shoulder, like for instance, the URL in this one, I changed it to unset. It had some colorful language in there, so you guys will see what I mean if you happen to install this flow. But it's also pretty cool just to walk through this flow and see how all this works. I was hoping Kyle might jump on. I was real curious to see his thoughts on this flow. I know he uses Node-RED quite a bit. I do not. Let's see here. Hey, Kelly, welcome. Good to have you. Hey, we got lots of time. Better late than never. Let's see. There you go, John. John's going after some APRS on the ISS. Very good. Yep, 1 minute, 19 seconds and counting. Good deal. I'm going to look at that here, Texas time. I've got a 12:01 SO124 pass, 75-degree pass. I'm going to try to see if I can pick up any telemetry from. But we've got some time before that. All right, let's see. Kelly, I'd suggest a rewatch later. Hey, thanks, Sean. Yeah, I'm trying to make sure that we get a lot of info in here. But yeah, this is, if nothing else, this gives me a great excuse to get more familiar with Node-RED. It's kind of fun to just walk through each of these flows, see what's configured in them, see what they do. Like this little switch on port number is kind of interesting. You know, if you're a regular user of Node-RED, you know, this probably is no big deal to you at all. But for me, I think it's pretty cool. Right, here's some code on pulling out specific values out of the payload. All right, that's pretty cool stuff. So certainly lots to learn in this, and I'm I'm going to be tinkering with this. Like I said, I want to get to a point, what I'd really love to be able to do, and I'm going to hit up KM4ACK. What I would love to do is get this kind of packaged up so it could be installed, kind of all components, all things that you need into a Linux environment without a lot of hassle, right? To make it more accessible for folks and have a better chance of getting a lot of people using it. Because again, I just think it would be so cool if, we could take our YouTube community that's on Meshtastic, right? The hundreds of people that are on Meshtastic when we go to the big ham fests, and still be able to communicate with those folks all over radio, when everyone's went home. All right, let's see. All right, so that's kind of my prepared information for tonight. I want to get you guys turned on to this Hamtastic thing. Once you guys starting to check it out, there's a Raspberry Pi image builder. Yeah. That's I think that's a great way to go. I'm a little familiar with that, but I'm not intimately familiar with that. I've never tried to package something like that and share it with other people. So that's a great thought, Chris. Absolutely. All right. So that is that topic. I've got something else that I've been tinkering with that I don't know if anyone else been playing with an SDR and trying to get some satellite telemetry. I'm curious. Well, I mean, I saw we have some folks in here that looks like John maybe is doing a little bit of that, at least with APRS. Let me pull the Linux machine over here. I'll show you guys what I've been playing with in addition to Hamtastic. All right, let's see. Where did it go? All right, let's see. I need this. Am I back? Audio back? Well, I'm glad I looked at the chat. Thanks, guys. Let's see. I'm trying to see where I lost. Let's see. We lost your audio there. Okay. So what I'm talking about here, just in case you guys weren't able to piece it all together. Let me find that once again. So we got some good news here where the 5 satellites that were part of the JSSOD-32 mission on the 19th have now been assigned permanent NORAD IDs. So, you know, the last time we looked at these last week, they had their temporary ID, which they all get whenever they launch. But once they have been successfully deployed and they look like a viable satellite, then they'll get a permanent NORAD ID. All right, let me see here. I'm going to, let's see if I can get, and what's so important about getting that NORAD ID, that's the first step in getting telemetry. You got to have an ID before you get telemetry. Let's see. I'm just trying to see if I can get logged into this thing. Oh, I see what the heck is going on. Good Lord. If I told you guys, you'd laugh at me. I did it last week, so you won't be surprised. Yeah, I was typing on the wrong keyboard. That's why I couldn't get anything to work. All right, let's see here. Well, daggone it, I'm not able to get into that for some reason. That's okay. We don't need to get into it. The point is, if we go here, if we go over here and look at the data page, I want to make sure I keep the chat up so I don't have another faux pas there. If we go up there and look at the data page here, we can see that SpaceTrack is providing some TLE information. So that's fantastic. Now this does not appear, it does not appear to be updating it like hourly like I see with other satellites. It looks like it's currently on a single day update, okay, which is probably good enough for us. The other part that's interesting though is they are not updating this through SpaceTrack yet though. So we're seeing telemetry here, but we're still not kind of fully in the groove is probably the big point. That's the big takeaway. But what we are able to do is you can, and so gpredict here, if we go, so gpredict has a facility to update your TLE data, okay? And you can see it pulls that from SpaceTrack. And here I just updated these. It said it updated 6. It skipped a bunch. These are ones that are no longer, that telemetry is no longer being provided for. These missing satellites. But it skipped these 90 because the TLE information I have for them is already current. So it only updated 6. But what you can do is you can create a manual TLE file for gpredict, and that's what I've done. So here, if we take a look at the screen, we can see where a bunch of different satellites are currently around the Earth. Okay, and then right here is my QTH, right, Springtown, Texas. I show up as this little blue dot over here, and then I can see each of these satellites, and you can actually watch them move on this map, which that's kind of cool. And when you have something that comes into your footprint, they'll show up over here on this radar, right, or this bullseye. Okay, now there's several different display configurations that you can set up. This is the one I prefer, where I can see my bullseye. It's kind of larger. I still got the map. I can see the various satellites, who's coming up next, those types of things. Okay, so what I did, and these are, you can see I've got some tabs up here, right? These are considered modules. So if you want to group satellites together for a particular purpose, you can do that. And so what I've done is I've created a grouping of satellites that are the 5, actually these are the 4, these are the only ones I care about. They're the only ones that have some amateur radio capabilities on them. But I've got those 4 satellites that are now being tracked by gpredict because I created manual, I loaded manual TLE data, and then I also created manual, what do they call these files? What do they call these files? I forget what they call these files. There's also files, well here, let me show you. Let me just pick one of these. Well, let me show you that in 1 second. You'll see what I mean. You can also configure a file that essentially captures all the capabilities, all the transponders. It's a transponder file. So I manually created transponder files for those 4 satellites as well. Now, when those satellites actually get TLE information from Celestrak, gpredict will be able to download that information regularly, and they'll also likely update the transponder information. So you can see up here in gpredict, I can update the TLE data from the network. That's coming from Celestrak. I created my manual files and I put them out in a directory on my hard drive, and that is how I got the data in for these local, or how I got the data in for these 4 satellites pulled from my local disk. And then you can also update the transponder files, or you can manually create those and put them out in a transponder directory. So we can talk about that a little bit if that's something that interests you guys. Let me see here. I lost the chat here again. Let me make sure I'm not putting you guys to sleep. Let's see. Okay. Lots on the ISS tonight. Good deal. Making lots of contacts. Nice. I've received 10,000 telemetry packets. Awesome. Now, what are those telemetry packets primarily on, Dawn? Are those weather satellites or something different? So, are you guys familiar with gpredict? I don't want to bore you guys with this stuff if this is things that you're familiar with, but if this interests you, I'm happy to dive into this a little deeper and show you how some of these manual functions work when you're trying to hunt these satellites that are not yet fully integrated into the solution. I'll give you guys a chance to respond there. But here, what I want to pull up is Now that I've got telemetry information, I'm sorry, not telemetry information, transponder information and TLE information in gpredict, I can have gpredict control the Doppler shift in SDR++. Okay, so let's talk about how you do that. So go ahead and plug this guy in, get him fired up. Come on. Uh-oh. SDR++ said, wait a minute. All right, there we go. It didn't read that the last time I put it in. All right. I'm not going to turn on the actual sound yet. No sense in bugging you guys with that. But if we go down here toward the bottom, we have rig control, right? So I have this set up for using localhost. This is the standard rig control port. Okay, you can change that if you need to. Let's see. You've been Googling the whole time. This is the first time I've seen gpredict. Okay, good. I'll go through it a little bit more then. So I want the control. I want the VFO to be controlled. I can have the recorder controlled or not. I can. The only thing I really want this thing to do is just tuning, because I've got a antenna that's just out in the driveway pointed in a certain direction for midnight, right? But if I start this, it'll go into listening mode. Okay. So let me go ahead and minimize that. And here, the other thing I didn't mention this originally. So we've got these satellites that we're now able to track in gpredict. I threw out the ISS just to give you guys an idea of how much these satellites have drifted away from the ISS since they've been launched. If you recall, right, the ISS shoots them out something called a P-pod, or the Japanese version is the JSOD. The one on the US side, they call it the P-pod. I'm not sure why they call it the P-pod, but it basically spits those CubeSats out, and then for the first few days, you can track them with TLE information from the ISS. But you can see how much they've drifted apart in just 1 week. Okay. Is gpredict like gparted? No, it's not. That's a good squash together there, though, Tim. Let's see, a whole variety of satellites, Polytech University, Horizon, and many others. A lot of CubeSats launched. Ah, interesting. All right, so Chris, do you have your Linux set up on a video somewhere? I have parts of it in videos, but I don't think I have one whole video that talks about what I've done. So this is running on here. Let me show you what I'm dealing with here. And this is, pretty much what I showed you guys last week as well. Right. So I've got, this is actually running on a 12, 13, 14-year-old X220, Lenovo ThinkPad X220. It's running Linux Mint 20. It's a jammy version of Linux Mint. Maybe it's 21 something. And I've loaded 73 Linux on top of that to give me a base load of a lot of good amateur radio software. So it's pretty much, just Linux Mint with 73 Linux, and then I've added in whatever packages I want for, for the various projects that I'm working on. Let's see. Patrick, never heard of it. Okay. Yeah, so gpredict can be used to control your radio for Doppler, and it can also control your rotator. So you can manage your pass from gpredict, right? So if you're running a ground station, you can run it all from gpredict. It's able to do all those different things. This is a open source application that's multi-platform as well. All right, so yeah, so I thought it might be interesting so you guys could see how much drift we have with these various satellites. Now you can see they haven't drifted away from each other very much, right? They're still very close. Those are almost 4 concentric circles, right? But they've at least almost escaped the footprint of the ISS. Okay. But what we do here is we come down here and, let's say I want to track, well, let's see, we've been talking about this GHS01, and I'm going to come up here and I'm going to say, I want to do radio control. And this is just telling me all the detail about it over here in this little column. I'm going to come up here and I'm going to say, I want GHS01. And if you saw up here, all of these numbers updated, they changed, right? Now we're just worried about the downlink stuff because, we're just trying to grab telemetry. But here you can see it can also manage, the uplink as well. And then here, right, and this is what you get in the transponder file. The transponder file identifies all the various services or capabilities of that satellite, right? So the CW beacon may be on one frequency, and this photo downlink may be on a different frequency. Now, it just so happens that's not the case here. But I think maybe on the stars. So let's see, we'll look at this one for telemetry or for CW beacon, and then AFSK, we saw that slightly changed, right? So that's what's important about those transponder files. They have all the detail about the services, the capabilities, and what frequencies, and what mode they're on, built into that file. So now I say, look, I want to track this GHS01. Okay, it's at this 437.09. I'm going to engage this. I'm going to be using my local SDR. Okay, so now I'm telling it I'm engaging. Now, if I come over here and I watch, this is now changing the frequency. And if you look down here, you can see where it says this is connected. So now I no longer have to worry about managing the Doppler. All I've got to do is make sure I've got my recorder running, and I ought to be able to capture some telemetry. Now, of course, if you're working your pass by hand, you could have this set up with you, have it manage the Doppler so you don't have to worry about it, and then you can just worry about staying on the satellite. Or if you're using some sort of ground station, you can also have this control the radio, control the rotator. If we go over here and we take a look, there's antenna control. So this is another piece that you can configure. Okay. So all this stuff pretty much works the way you would expect, and it's all fairly automated, provided all the files are available. right? But if those files are not available, well, that's when you need to kind of create your own. Let's see. Let me look at a couple of different things here. So I'm going to go into Documents. So I created a folder out here called New Sat TLEs. And I created one file for every single one of those 4 new satellites. And then I manually copied in the TLE information from either SatNogs DB or from SpaceTrack. I can't remember which one I used. Okay. So these TLEs, it appears like will get updated tomorrow. So I'll have to update these if I want to be more specific. They're probably good for a few days. Probably good for 3-4 days. But this is where whenever I tell this to go up and update TLE data from local files, that's where it's going out to look, right? That's what it's configured for. Okay, so that's how you get the TLE information into the system. Now, if you want to get the, where does it put that stuff? I have to try to remember. Oh, puts it in config and then gpredict, I think. This is is there a, yeah, gpredict right here. And right here, transponder files. Okay. Now these transponder files are named based on their NORAD number. Okay. So if I want to take a look at the transponder file for GHS01, I have to know the transponder, or I'm sorry, the NORAD number. Okay. How can I get that? Again, I can go out to SatNogs DB and grab that. I can go to Space Tracker and grab that. There's a few different places you can grab that. But here you can see what these files look like, right? So it lists the transponder and the frequencies and the mode and the baud if that's applicable, right? So here's AFSK. I can see what frequency it's going to be on. I can see what mode it's using and what baud it's using. So that information is used whenever you're tracking the satellite and you're asking gpredict to control your radio, whether it's an SDR or it's something like a 9700, which it's capable of controlling. All right. Seems like I've been talking a lot here. Let me see what questions you guys have. Oh, let's see. Yeah, yep, Chris, it's an X86. Yep. It's an old i5. Like an old i5. Andy, good to see you out there. Thanks for joining the stream, buddy. Let's see. I want to see if I can run this right now. Too many hobbies. You can do it. The Birders Way. What is that? I'm trying to see what your little icon is. Oh, it looks like it's some sort of little bird maybe on a twig or something. Good evening. Welcome. I don't recall seeing you in a stream before, so welcome to the stream, and feel free. It's a really interactive. I try to be as interactive as I can with the chat, so don't be shy. Ask any questions you may have. Okay, so let's see here. Our radio is probably still clicking away. Yep. Okay, so that's handling the Doppler for us, which is nice. Now, if I go in here. Now this is specific to the satellites in that module, right? It's only pulling the satellites in that module. So I'm going to close this. I'm going to say, hey, let's look at this other module that has a bunch more satellites in it. Here's AO27, which has a really big footprint here. Let's say I was interested in tracking that. Go to radio control. There's AO27. It picked it up. I want to engage. It should be downlink on 145.890. So let's go over and see what the radio says. 145.886. So it's switched over. It will have changed the mode if the mode is different as well. Right up here where you select the mode, it will change the mode for you as well. So it sets everything up that you need from the radio side in order to receive that telemetry. So yeah, you can run gpredict on Windows, Linux, or Mac. SDR Plus is also multi-platform, right? That's why I picked some of these tools. They're not the slickest or the fanciest tools, but they are multi-platform. So regardless of if you're a Linux dude, a Windows dude, a Mac dude, or dudette, what I'm showing you is applicable. All right. How we doing out there? We still have a few people watching. We got 30 people out there. What questions do you guys have on gpredict and setting it up to control your SDR radio? CPM dudes. Jason, I saw, was that on Insta? No, it wasn't. I saw the coolest. I thought it was cool. I think some of you guys will think this is cool as well. Let me see if I can find it real quick. This was a YouTube video that chronicled the rise and fall of operating systems over the years. Oh, I hope I can find this. Oh, I think I found it. Sweet. Okay, hold on. Hold, please. All right, let's see. This is fantastic here. Not Grammarly. Let's see. I don't know if this will, if I can get the audio to come across here. Let me. Yeah, you guys are getting the audio, right? But I think this is pretty cool, right? You got Unix at the top. You got DOS. This is in 1986. Look how high up Commodore is. Right? You got Mac OS. CPM is on here for a little while. It may have already dropped. This might be a slightly different version. There's VAX VMS. But it's just interesting to see. There's OS2. Look at Commodore, still up there, 1990s. It's only three some odd percent. Oh, and then here comes Windows 3X. Isn't this crazy? What am I drinking, Gray Man? This is electric lemonade. This is Ghost Electric Lemonade. It's It's one of the ghost flavors I really like. Oh, here comes Windows NT, Mac OS 7, 8, and 9. Look at Windows 3. DOS is still growing at this point, 95. Linked repeaters. No, I don't think any of them are set up as linked repeaters. I can tell you what OS is going in the toilet right now. Yeah, Palm OS surprised me for a while there as well. This is a slightly different version of the one that I saw the other day because it had CPM on there. That's what made me think of it. I had a Commodore 128 back in the day, and that could run CPM. Yeah, it's crazy how quickly some of these Windows operating systems just took over. Once they started, they just took over. And Linux came out of nowhere, and it bounced around there for a little while. Look at XP. Holy smokes. Unix and Unix-like. Look at OS X down there. I blinked and I think I missed OS 2. That would have been in the 90s. Yeah, Windows Millennium. Yeah, XP and NT. That NT was hard to get rid of in corporate settings for a while. Here comes Windows 95, or there goes Windows 95. Windows Vista, look at that. Blah. Oh, Linux is up to 2.4, 2007. Let's see. What was it, about 2000? Was it 2000? When did IBM buy Red Hat? Was that like 2010, 2012, something like that? I'll have to see if that has a big impact. It's kind of interesting how Linux kind of surges and then fades, surges and then fades. Okay, here we are, 2012. Yeah, I'm surprised that Linux has such a small footprint there. Windows 7, yeah. Mac OS 10. Pretty interesting stuff. Here, let's jump ahead here. Windows 10, Mac OS. And here comes Windows 11. Yeah, Linux just can't seem to get beyond like 3%. Chrome OS is, I mean, that's nothing to sneeze at. Yeah, that's pretty fun. All right. Any final questions right now on gpredict or SDR++? Hey, one of the things I've got going on, I think I must have missed this in the this and that. Tomorrow morning, my club is supporting a fundraiser, a bike race in Decatur, Texas. It's called the Aider from Decatur bike race, and it's a pretty cool event. It's a 100-mile bike race. Well, depending on your conditioning, you can choose to compete at different distances. Let's see. The furthest distance is, the furthest distance is 100. 50 is the next distance, and then I think maybe 10 and something else. But it's a big circular track. Oh, here we go. So you can do 102 miles, 52, 27, or 9 miles, depending on what you're capable of. But I think we have 7 or maybe 8 stations set up along the route. And I typically work station number 6, I believe. Yeah, it's station number 6. And station number 6, I've worked the same station for a number of years. It's I've got to know the folks that live close to that station. There's a family that lets us set up essentially right next to his driveway into his ranch. He's got a nice wide spot where you can set up, and there's lots of room for bikes to come in, and they have a couple of porta potties there, and they've got a station there to give out pickle juice and water and bananas and snacks and other types of things. And it's also a sag wagon pickup spot. So people who, maybe signed up for the 100-miler, when they hit that point, decide that, maybe they made a bad choice, they can call the sag wagon and get a ride back to the start-finish line. And we provide communication support for the event. And Station 6 is down, it's kind of the low point on the course. It's down in this hole. And so I've had good success working that station, so I always get assigned that station. I end up putting an Edfong J-pole on a 35-foot mast just to get it up out of the hole, and then I run a Kenwood D71 or 710G, Kenwood D710G as the station there. So that gives me 50 watts of power, and I can usually get into our net control without any problems. So I've got an early morning tomorrow. Let's see. I think I may actually have a picture. I think I've got a picture of that station. I set up the, Tim, you're familiar with the DX Commander pop-up. So I set up the pop-up. And it's supposed to be 90 degrees tomorrow, so it's going to be a warm one. Let's see. I'm going to move this Linux laptop out of the way. See if I can find that picture real quick. Show you guys what I'll be. Yeah. So this is the station that I run. And so we run, we use one of the local repeaters. That's what you're seeing on the left, or yeah. So we actually, I may not be set up there because we're using, I think we're using our 70 centimeter repeater. But anyhow, we run APRS, and we've got a guy on a motorcycle who's also tracking behind the bike riders, so we can see when the last guy on the course, where the last guy on the course is, using APRS. But yeah, so I'm really curious. My ID50 that you see in the picture there, the ID50 can struggle to receive in that hole. So I'm curious. I've got that 70 centimeter Smiley antenna that's tuned specifically, instead of using this antenna that's, I'm sure, a compromise, right? So it can work on 2 meters and 70 centimeters. I'm going to be rocking that 70 centimeter specific antenna. I'm curious to see how it performs tomorrow. All right, so next week with Belton, I am unfortunately not going to be able to be at Belton next week. I was hoping to be there, but Trina's got some travel next week, so I'm going to be working the ranch instead. So I will be doing the late shift, and I'm just looking to see if I've got a picture of the pop-up. I'll be doing the late shift, and I'll be missing Belton, unfortunately, and I'll also be missing MeshCon as well. So I'm kind of bummed about that, but I can't complain at all. My travel is probably 10 to 1 to Trina's. So there you go. RS-44 here in Vegas for the next pass. Nice. Yeah, so we got about an hour until that SO 124 pass. I want to try to see if we can catch some telemetry live, and we'll use the G-Predict managed Doppler tuning when we try that next hour, if we're still here. We still have 26 or so folks, so thanks for sticking around, folks. Like I said, I've been looking forward to this all week. All right. Well, I mean, we've certainly got through all the information I was hoping to cover, right? Hopefully I got you guys somewhat interested in Hamtastic, and hopefully you guys will look into that a little bit. Like I said, I would love to be at a point either next week or the following week. I know you guys who may be able to get at it, you at least deserve a couple of weeks to try to pull all that together. I've got to get out and post my cheat sheets out there so that anybody who wants those can use them. But I would love for somebody else to get to a point where they can transmit and receive through JS8 call using Hamtastic, so we can maybe try to do a live Meshtastic contact during an upcoming late shift. Make you want to spend some money on an Azel rotator. Well, I tell you, I am stacked up with projects. I've got, I'm still waiting for my separation kit to come in for my G5500 rotator. So I'm kind of at a standstill with my ground station until I get that. So I'm trying to tackle some of these other projects I've got while I'm waiting. And that kit has to come directly. I ordered it through Ham Radio Outlet, but they said it ships directly from Yaesu. Hopefully that doesn't mean it ships from Yaesu, Japan, but we'll find out. But I've got my other rotator project that I need to tackle. And I think that's what I'm going to jump into next if I don't quickly get that separation kit for that 5500. That is also controllable by gpredict. So you can put your Arrow or your Elk antenna on that unit, right? It's got a 1/4-20 connector on the bottom of it, so you can put it on a tripod, and then over Wi-Fi, it will control. Some aspects of it are Bluetooth, some aspects are Wi-Fi, but it'll control that unit, and it's a little mini Azel rotator. Now it's not going to do any polarization shift for you, but you know, if you're lucky, you'll get the majority of the pass without any issue. If you're unlucky, you'll still get some of the pass. Yeah, could use the Toads interface to link the Raspberry Pi to the radio. Yeah, that's for sure. You could certainly do that. Yes, indeed. Now I'll be using the 9700 as the radio for that. So I'll just use the serial connection or the USB connection. But, you know, that's a good point, Tim. That'd be just another project to kind of add to kind of expand the project even more. I could use some of my older rigs. Maybe I'll do that after we get some success with a more automated process with a, I don't want to say more automated. It's just a simpler process without as many parts and pieces, then move in and add some additional parts and pieces. Yeah, so the aider from Decatur. So I've got to get up early tomorrow. I've got to pull the pop-up. I got to pull my radio gear and get out the door, be set up at Station 6 by 8:30 tomorrow morning. So I like to be there by 8 o'clock though, so gotta grab one of those CSN sats. Just the online software alone makes it worth it. Yeah, I've got one of those. That thing's like magic, right? It does all the hard stuff for you. Yeah, absolutely. Those things are very cool. All right. Who's got a question? Who's got a topic? Who's going to send us down the rabbit hole tonight? If you guys don't got anything, I'm sure I can find something here. Trying to think what else I've been tinkering with this week. The Toads interface for the Meshtastic. Oh, I see what you're saying. Or the Meshtastic to JS8 call connectivity. Yeah. I usually just use, I'll have to think about which radio I want to use. A lot of times I'll use my 891 when I'm tinkering with some of those digital modes, just because I don't want to get behind one of my, like I don't want to get behind the 890 and jack around with everything I've got set up here, because everything's kind of packed in and all the rest. So usually what I'll do is I'll pull out one of my mobiles, usually the 891, and I just pop in a USB sound card, and that's what I use. But I do want to try one of those Toads interfaces. Let's see, Sean, enjoyed the live, but I really enjoyed last Friday. I was listening on a 5-hour road trip and was able to listen. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's very cool. Well, you know, like I said, we've got that, we've got an SO124 pass at midnight at 12:01, right? That's AOS here in EM13 where I'm at. This is a, well, I can show you guys. I don't need to tell you. This is what I'm looking at. Okay, so this is the pass, SO124. It's like it's a 78 or something. It's a high degree pass. What is this thing? 75 degree pass. Yeah, and like I said, it's 12:01 a.m. 47 minutes away. And I've got the antenna pointing in the south direction. Maybe I should have pointed it to the north direction in hindsight, but it is what it is. I had a bit more of a clear path to get more of the pass on the south. So there's likely less operators on the south, and that's probably okay, because I want to see if I can hear telemetry. So that's what I'm shooting for. So we'll see what happens. That's what we're listening for. So we got the beacon and the telemetry. So like I said, I'm going to let gpredict handle the SDR, and I'm just going to set it up for the record. We'll see how we do. I don't need to go back to that, I don't think. All right, let's see. Use that 857. That needs some love. That's a good idea. So, I'll show you guys what I do. So here's what I do is boy, this thing is dusty. So I create a configuration for each of my portable radios. I don't know if you guys can see that. So this is the G90 Pi. So this thing is loaded up with the software configuration. All I got to do is apply power to it, and it's got all the configuration for the G90. It's ready to go. I've got one here for the 570, for the Kenwood 570. I've got one for the 891. I've got one for the 857. So and what I usually will do is I'll keep these in packs. I've got little kits, kind of go kits for every one of my mobile radios. And I can just keep the Pi with the full configuration. And I've got each one of them labeled and they're ready to go. So I've got an 857 kit. So I'll pull that out. That's a good suggestion. Whenever I'm ready to do that, we'll use the 857. When are we going to see some EME? Well, as soon as I get the ground station in place, I'm going to try it. Now, I've got a Leo pack. That's the antenna system that I've got. That's not the highest gain Yagi that M Squared has, or that you can get on 70 centimeter and 2 meter, but it's, certainly more than enough gain for working satellites. I think I should be able to, certainly the bigger stations, right, where they do all the work, I would expect I ought to be able to work those guys. Whether or not I can be the station that carries the load for a lesser station, that'll be interesting to see. But heck yeah, whenever it's set up, I'm going to try it. Okay, how do you sync the data from all those pies? All right, Chris, give me a little bit more. I'm not sure what you're asking there. If you're asking about, you're probably not asking about logging. I'm not sure what you're asking there. Have you played with the CSNA sat box with your portable setup? I have not played with it with the portable setup. I've got it in the box here somewhere. I was actually thinking this week, one of the things that I need to do is I need to, you can see this is exactly what I'm looking at right now. If you guys see what's behind me, all right, this is exactly what my shack looks like. So I'm trying to decide, I think I'm going to pull this shelf right here off of, this shelf out of this stack so that I have it twice as, so I've got, space that's twice as high. And I think that's where I'm going to put my 5500 rotator control box. I'm probably going to keep the sat box down here. I've got, I think I'm going to put it in the place where I've got this stream deck. I'm going to move this stream deck over to my, my project workstation. So I can more easily control the stream over there. And then I'll have a space here for, and let's see, you guys can't see that in the picture, but it's essentially kind of tucks in right where those headphones are. So that'll be where I put the CSN SAT controller box, right above that power supply over here on this right stack. That's where I'm going to put the rotator controller. You don't really have to touch that rotator controller much whenever you've got that SAT box, so it doesn't need to be easily accessible. Okay, logging. Well, typically, if I am, usually what I'll do, Chris, is I'll just email, well, not email, I'll push it up to like my Google Drive when I get home. I'll take the log file, and I'm using the what the heck is it called? The Linux logger. That's what I use on those pies. It's the Linux logger. I forget what it's called. I'll create a log that is specific to that activation or that activity. And then after I'm done with the activation, if I've got internet connectivity, I'll just push that file up to Google Drive. If I don't, I'll do it whenever I get home. And then the first thing I had to do is I load that into my primary logger. and then I'll push it out to all the other logging services from my primary logger. All right. Jason, thanks for hanging out, and appreciate you saying hello in the stream here, and I'll certainly be going out to check out your channel. So good luck with the YouTubing, and look forward to see what you put out. Have a good weekend. All right, let's see. I think that catches up. We're still over 20 here on the stream. What do we got? We've got about 40 minutes until 38 minutes to the pass. Don't want to miss that, so we'll keep an eye on that. I've got an alarm set too, just so I don't miss it. All right. Oh, I got to remember to get my orange safety vest out tomorrow. I didn't do any of my preparation. I've got to pull my checklist so I don't forget something tomorrow. It's going to be a hot one too. I wonder if if anything has changed. I looked earlier in the week. We had a couple slightly cooler days this week, but then all the heat came back. Let's see what it's going to be like tomorrow. The good news is this finishes up around 2 o'clock. So we get a high of 91 tomorrow. And wait for the commercial to end. There we go. So it's going to be 64 degrees at 7 a.m. and 90 degrees at 2 p.m. No threat of rain, so it should be a clear day at least. Yeah, it's going to be hot for sure. Sun coverage. I mean, the other great thing is, oh my gosh, I don't think I'm going to take a picture of this next week. Oh, I hope this tree is still there. Right at this guy's gate at Station 6 where we're set up is the largest pecan tree I have ever seen. This thing has got to be, it's got to be 9-10 feet across, right? Not 10 feet around, 10 feet across. This thing is enormous, and it puts out a huge amount of shade, which is fantastic. It's a good spot from that perspective. But yeah, I got to take a picture of this tree. It is crazy. Biggest pecan tree I've ever seen. All right, let's see here. I know we've got some folks who maybe were not here at the beginning of the stream. Here, let me, for those that maybe missed the first few minutes, let me show you a couple of fun new items that I'm just putting together. What is the frequency for telemetry on SO124? All right, let's do that first. All right, so FSK 200 telemetry downlink 436.888. So that's the center frequency. Now that's the same frequency that the transceiver uses. 436.888. So you know, I'm actually pretty glad that I pointed that antenna south, because, you know, where I'm at south, there's not nearly as many stations south of me as they are north of me. Now, I would not be surprised at all to hear Juan, X-Ray Echo 1, Yankee Delta Kilo, on that pass at that hour. He is a very prolific operator, and I used to get surprised when I would hear him, like anytime I was pointed south. Now I've just come to expect it. He's almost like a beacon. He's so active. But yeah, so 436-888. But here, I'll share this with you guys. I think I thought this was pretty cool. I'm putting one on my trucks. Let's see here. So that's a new bumper sticker that I've got out in the merch store. So for all you Meshtastic fans, you can slap that on your vehicle. Let people know you're monitoring long fast. This is 7 inches wide by 3.75 inches high. So it's a pretty good size bumper sticker. Should be big enough that people will be able to see it. So that's fun. And then also putting out a Late Shift t-shirt for those who may be interested in sharing the late shift in the real world in a more physical way. So just some fun things that this here I'll probably get on the link tree probably Monday or Tuesday. All right, what do we got here? We got 30 minutes till before we've got that passed. What else you guys what have you guys been doing this week? You guys had any projects going on? Curious what you guys have been up to. Trying to see what else I've got here too. Oh, I did get this. This is new. I am pretty happy with this purchase. This is the Night Core EDC29. I got this on the Gigaparts stream last week. What was that, Thursday? Thursday, I think. So it's got a little screen on it. So it can tell you, you can change how many lumens this thing's going to put out. So it's got a little 15 lumen. Got like a 100 lumen, 400 lumen, 1200 lumen. But I really like these flat flashlights. I think that's a great idea. You don't have to worry about them rolling off the table, first of all. I've got it packed into my Maxpedition Platy, and they just fit better as a flat flashlight in a pack. It's plenty bright enough. It's got USB-C charging. It's got a little lockout switch so you don't accidentally burn through your battery. 2500 milliamp hour battery. So I'm pretty happy with this. And I think it was $75 in the Gigaparts that stream that Jason did. Well, there's Bill. How'd your flight go, Bill? Glad you were able to make it. You're gonna have to go back and rewatch. You missed a bunch of fun on. We talked Hamtastic tonight, which is it's a project that brings together Meshtastic and ham radio to be able to transmit Meshtastic messages over HF. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. So that was kind of cool. We just talked about it. I did an intro to the project tonight, hoping there might be some folks in the audience who might think that is something that they want to give a try. I'd love to be able to make some or exchange messages, make contacts, however you want to think about it. Meshtastic to Meshtastic over HF here in the next couple of weeks. I think that'd be a fun thing to do here on the Late Shift. All-Star. Chris, you've been doing All-Star. You know, that's something I just haven't spent a lot of time with. And look, we've got a great resource. Are you watching Freddie Mac's stuff? Are you watching Ham Radio Crusader? Freddie's just an awesome guy. He's such a nice person. Such a good dude. And he knows a lot about All-Star. So I know that's going to be my source for information once I finally do decide to cross that bridge and get involved with that project. I saw Bill's been back to making videos. Congratulations, Bill. I saw you made a battle box, a ham radio battle box video this week. I think it was this week. I saw it this week. Trying to get it set up. Yeah, Freddie is awesome. Yep, he sure is. No doubt about it. I mean, that should be right down my alley, right? It's something you can set up on a Raspberry Pi. I just haven't gotten into it yet. I've got so many other things. My list is already so long. Yeah, so I can't remember where you said you were going. Bill, I don't know. I can't recall if you are in Arizona, maybe leaving Arizona. Were you going to Philly, maybe? I can't recall. Glad you were able to join, though. So, Bill, one of the other things that we did is I showed how you can use gpredict to manage the Doppler for your SDR. So it'll manage the Doppler, shift the frequency for you. Madison, Wisconsin from Philly. Got it. I knew Philly was in there somewhere. So we're going to try to do a SO-124 pass at midnight. It's actually 12:01 is the acquisition of signal. But we're going to set that up. Actually, I might as well go ahead and get that set up now. It's not like we're hot into another topic. We can get that set up and have it ready to go. Let me go ahead and switch over. All right, let's see. Let me plug that in. Let's go ahead. Well, that thing is not caught up yet. Why isn't that caught up? Let me see if that has died. Sure did. Let me get that restarted. Okay. There we go. All right, so I'm going to close some of these extra modules. There's probably a better way of doing this, but I don't know what it is. So if I go in here and detach each module, this is what it looks like whenever you just open it up with a single module open. Now this is just a module is just a collection. It's just a grouping of satellites. You can see I've got a bunch of satellites that are part of this module. A lot of, I probably need to do a little cleanup here. I probably need to pull out Lilac 2. Need to pull out AO27. I need to put some other satellites in this group. Here we can, I can show you how that's done too. Oh, I still have radio control. Let's get rid of that. So let's go in here to configure. And let's see, I'm going to get rid of AO27. I'm going to get rid of Lilac Sat 2. I'll leave those NOAA satellites in there. I'm not sure if they're all good or not. Got all my Tevils in there. I'll leave those in there. Let's see, what do I want to add? What's missing here? Let's see if we can find SO124. There it is. Hades R. Let's add that guy. Let's add AO123. It's good. We'll add that guy. Let's see what else do I need to add here? Got the Tevils. We can add JO97 just for the heck of it. Okay. What else do I like to keep an eye on? Yeah, I've got that in there already. SO50's in there. What am I missing? Put AO7 in there. Give AO7 a little love. So that's how you build up a module. You just add whatever satellites you're interested in tracking. Okay. You can see they'll pop in here and you can see what their current footprints are based on their altitude. Pretty cool, right? All right, so we're going to track AO27 isn't coming up. I want to see that doesn't look like it's updated. Let's see. gpredict is a little funky sometimes. Let's see, did I save that? Did I not save it? I must not have saved it. What the heck? Let's see what's going on there. I'm going to get rid of AO27. I'm going to get rid of Lilac 2. Let's just start right there. I'm going to say OK. Okay, those are no longer in the list. I don't know what I did. I'll have to go back on the stream and watch and see what I did. All right, let's get SO124 in there. Let's get AO123 in there. Let's leave it there for right now. Let's see, did it add those? Yeah, there's AO123. Here's Hades R. That's the one we're going to be looking at right there. Hades R. It's going to come from the south. Right, remember I said I've got the antenna pointing south to start. It's going to go south to north, almost directly over my QTH. This is G-Predict right here, Bill. Okay. So yeah, next satellite up is Hades. Hades R, or in other words, SO124. So let's see, I want to take a look at that. Tells you some interesting stuff about it. Okay. Now I'm going to bring up the radio control. I'm going to pick that. And I want that. Now that does not look like, oh, so this will happen sometimes, and this gets me every time. So if you're looking at this down here where it says radio 145.890, that's what the actual radio is on currently. I always look at that and I think that's the frequency. I didn't want to do that. Yes, there, stop that. I always think, goodness, let's do it like that. I always think that that's the frequency that Hades is on. It's not. It's the one that's up here, right? Somebody asked a little while ago, what's the frequency for the downlink? Well, it's right here, 436.888. Okay. So I'm going to say, let's track this. Let's engage that. And then boom, now the radio is on the proper frequency. And you can see it's automatically adjusting for Doppler. And if we go over here, this changed. Okay. Now, I am going to set this up. I want to record the audio. So I'm going to come down here to the name template. And I'm going to tag on to the end SO124. And then the rest of this template adds the date and time. So that's all good. Now, I've not tried this. Let's see what happens. I'm going to go back here. I'm going to stop this for a moment. I want to see. Let's bring this back up. Time we got. We got 15 minutes. We got plenty of time. So here we can see Hades is making its trip through. RS-44 is in the footprint right now. Let's see. I want to go back into, I want to look at this real quick. It's not where I wanted. Oh, wait. Is it under properties? No. This is, remember I said you could, there are many different layouts. You can choose several different views if you want. I really like this all views wide view because I like to see where the satellite is in relation to me, right? I am right at the crosshairs here. So in this case, RS-44 is going to be to my southwest right now, right? So here I am, RS-44 is to my southwest. But you can change these, and it's not that big of a deal to change them. Right here you can see it switched it up. I just don't like these other views quite as much as I like this all views wide. You guys can load this up and play around with that and see which one you like, but this is the one I like. Hey Bill. Have a spotted cow. Ah. I am unfamiliar with that beer. All right, so let's get back to radio control here. I'm racking my brain. I want to see, maybe it's in the module. I'm trying to recall. I was going to have it turn on the recorder for me. I'm trying to remember where that is. Under interfaces. Okay, this is where under interfaces is where I set up the details about the SDR, right? It's using that port on local host. It's a receive only. Does not look like there's anything to do with record there. Where did I see that at? Let's see, comprehensive user manual. Let's talk about it. All right, let's see. Is there a search? Space track, CEPS. The user manual, more or less up to date. Okay. And I do not see where I might find that. Oh, looks like everything just puked on me, didn't it? Well, that's not good. What is that all about? Let's see. We got 10 minutes. No reason to panic. Let's see if we can't. All right. I think I got it back. All right. What I'm trying to do is find. It's got to be here. It's got to be here, right? Let me look. I don't see anything here. You can have multiple devices set up with it, which I think is pretty cool. What I'm trying to do, I saw somewhere where it can actually run the recorder for me, where it'll turn the recorder on when the pass starts. I was hoping to be able to find that, but see, we got 10 minutes. Let's see. Let's see what we can find. Okay. Requires a compatible SDR. You know what? I think I was looking at it in the wrong place. Thanks, Google. I was absolutely looking for it in the wrong place. Here we go. Controlled recorder. I want it to do the recording too. I think that'll do it. I think it's just that easy. Lordy. Okay. So let's go ahead and get radio control set. I want Hades R. I want to do telemetry. Is there more than one telemetry? I'm going to confer with ISS detector. So it says FSK 200, where this is saying FSK 2K4. Let's see if I set that. We got 8 minutes. We're going to want to track. I want to engage. Let's minimize that. Let's bring this up. I want to see if it changed. Did not change. Now last week, whenever we tried this, let's see, we were in FM mode, and I think USB, upper sideband, is what we wanted to be in. Let's see. Let's see if I can get another opinion. Yeah, it says FM's what you want to be in. Okay. Well, we will find out. Let's see. I'm going to bring up this. We've got 7 minutes. I'm curious to see when this kicks in. I think I need to start this, though. Let me do a little housekeeping here. Let's get this to the center of the waterfall. Okay. There's a lot of stuff going on around this, isn't there? Got some stuff over here. Got some stuff right there. So we have a few minutes. Let's see what this sounds like. Let me see, I'm going to change my step here. See these other little things pop up and then disappear? Here, let's zoom in a little bit. Get a better look at these signals. Doesn't sound like anything. Now look, this one over here just disappeared. Did I zoom in past it? Yeah, I don't know what that is. Uh-oh. Let me see what our... Let me stop that, start it again. Okay, it's got it. Okay. Whoop. That's the thing. This is a little finicky. Like I just bumped the PC and it disconnected from the USB SDR. There we go. Let the video catch up a little bit. All right, let's see. What is going on here? Let me see. I'm going to turn down. I'm going to turn down the gain a little bit. I don't know if that's causing a problem or... This is interesting. I've not had this kind of problem. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to kill all of this stuff. Kill it. Okay. Let's open it up again here. So we'll go with, let's go with the SDR first. Let's get gpredict started next. Okay, Hades is the next one up. I want radio control. I want the Hades. We're going to go with that telemetry. I'm going to say track. I'm going to say engage. Let's make sure this is started. Rig control start. Listening. Let me start and stop this again. Let's say engage, connected. Okay, we're good. And I can see the radios changing. So that's good. Let's get this thing started. It's not recognizing the SDR. Okay. Just going to unplug it, plug it right back in. Come on. Okay, let's kill that. This thing can work for hours. But 2 minutes before the... Okay, there, it recognized it. Let me go down here again. Let me start this. Let me go over here. I want to say engage. It's connected. Beauty. We'll minimize that. Okay, I've got that turned down a little bit. Let's turn on the SDR. Okay. Now I'm not going to touch anything. Well, I lied. I want to go down. I want to see if it starts the recording. Let me bring up rig. Okay, we still have 1:08 to spare. Look at that. Yeah, I saw that FSK 200 further down the list. You got me making, but that also says VU transceiver. I'm just looking for telemetry. Oh, there's one here though. All right, let's see if that does anything. Okay, we're going to run with that one, Chris. All right, let's see. 26 seconds. I'll move that window in just a second. I want to see if this record pops on. 6, 5, 4. Oh, look at that. The recording started. How cool is that? Okay. So we're recording now. It's like I don't want to monkey with it too much and screw something up. Let's see. Using the VR N7500, the HT app does the Doppler. Yeah, yep. Oh, saw a little something there. See that little line that was down there? I'm not sure what that was. Hopefully we'll see something that we can identify as telemetry. Gonna zoom in a little bit. So it's about 10 kilohertz. Oh, that's telemetry right there. Oh, there it is. I'm excited. I hope we're able to decode it. Now, whenever I went out and I've looked at the SatNog's database, and if you guys recall last week, we looked at more telemetry. We looked at data that was captured. Oh, that's interesting. We looked at data that was captured there, or you can see data that was captured there. You can see waterfalls. You can see several different bits of data. And whenever I see telemetry, oftentimes you'll see it as two lines. But that looks... that may be telemetry too. I don't know. It's also interesting how we've got this other line to the right of this. That almost sounds like some voice. Oh, I hope it decodes. I'm pumped. Here comes some audio. Let's see. Okay, so we're still... I ought to be able to capture signal, I'd say, up until probably almost to we reach the east-west horizontal there, the way I've got the antenna pointed. Boy, that's strong there. Here comes some audio. That looks like likely some telemetry. So I've got the antenna probably at a 50-degree angle, maybe a 55-degree angle, stationary. It was interesting, right? I was picking up stuff that was much lower angle, but you can see how much stronger the signal was there. You could see how EM12. That's real close to me. I'm EM13, so some Dallas is EM12. I want to hear that call sign again. Oh, wow. So if I'm getting anything now, I mean, I'd be surprised if I get anything now. See how fast that's moving right now. Again, I'm pointing south. I'd be surprised if I see or if I get anything else here. We're just going to let this pass go. I want to see what happens when the recording stops. Whenever we get LOS. Gosh, is that telemetry there? I'm always amazed sometimes, you know, radio propagation. It's like the antenna's like this, and that satellite's back here somewhere, and it's pointing in that direction, right? So the antenna's pointing up in that direction. I have no idea how I'd be getting something over here. LOS in 3 minutes. I mean, we're well past. Again, I probably could stop this. I just want to see the program stop it. Again, if I wanted to set this up where I could let this do the record, could do this unattended. I could be out tracking the satellite by hand while this is capturing the data. Now, seems like it'd probably be okay as long as the dog didn't bump the desk or something. You guys still awake out there? See, I'm jazzed. I'm excited. That just woke me up. I am pumped now. We're almost out of the footprint. Less than 2 minutes. 8 degrees over the horizon. Oh gosh, I'm so excited. I can't wait to see if that decodes. I'll just wait there. I want to bring up that GR Satellites command line syntax. So close, 47 seconds. All right, let's see. I want to see the recording stop. Boom. Hey, that works well. Okay. I'm going to stop this. I'm going to close that. I'm going to close this just for the heck of it. Let's see here. I'm going to bring up the GR Satellites documentation so I can look at that. Okay. Feels like we should have a good sample. All right. I think I see what I need. I'll show you guys as soon as I'm done. Let's see here. So trying to remember where I have that in. It's in documents, I think. Yes. Okay, it's this guy right here. Yeah, that's it. Oh, that's ISS. There we go. Okay, captured that. Okay, so it's GR Satellites. Hades. Hades R, I think. -R. Wave file. Is that right? Yeah, wave file. Let's see. I want to do. Where did I have that thing? I had it in documents. I should have grabbed the whole path. Was it SDR recordings? Okay. And then I think I should also add the sample rates. All right, let's see. Oh. Okay. Let's try it without the sample rate. I was just taking a swing with the sample rate. Nothing. Let's see here. Lost you guys. I feel like I gotta have a good file here. Oh, Mike, you were able to grab a signal? Nice. Were you able to decode it? I feel like I'm likely doing something wrong on the decode, because I feel like that's gotta be a good file. Feels like it's gotta be a good file. I'm just curious. See how it sounds. Yeah, you can definitely hear. Yeah, we definitely captured that. So, question is, let's see. All right, let's see. Besides specifying the satellite to use for decoding, it's mandatory to specify the input source by using exactly one of the following options. Let's see. Wave file can be used to read a wave or FLAC, OGG or FLAC. This uses, okay, so any format supported by libs ND file can be used. Okay, we've got a wave file, so that shouldn't be a problem. But it can be overridden by the sample rate argument if necessary. By default, the file is interpreted as a one-channel file containing real RF samples. To read a two-channel file containing IF and RF samples, the IQ argument is needed. Okay, that all makes sense. However, let's pull up. Let's see, we were set for wave file. I'm almost positive. Yeah, wave. Let's see. It's not a stereo file. So it's an audio file. Let's see. Okay, nothing there. I don't think there's anything there to help us. Let me get back up here. I mean, I feel like it's a pretty straightforward wave file. No direct sampling. All right, let me look up here again. Let's see. It's not a complex file. Here, I'll show you guys what I'm looking at. Duplicate the file before executing. Duplicate the file before executing command line. Not following you, Sean. Duplicate the file. You mean make a copy of it? Let me know what you mean there. Okay, hold on. Here, let me Let me show you guys what I'm looking at. Okay, files in int16 format contain a sequence of 16-bit integers. This format is used by new radio files. Okay. All right, I think I need to use that. Because if you guys see right here, sample type int16. Okay. So, hey, Country James. Good to see you out there, buddy. Hope you're doing all right. Yeah, we're having some fun here. So we tracked a satellite and we captured what we think is some telemetry. And so we're trying to decode that telemetry right now. All right, so let's see. Let me bring you guys back here. Okay, so instead of it being a WAV file, though it is a WAV file, we're going to tell it we want it to be a raw int16 file. Okay. Didn't like that. Let's see what it didn't like about that. Need to specify sample rate. So maybe I put both of those on. Oh, unless it's a WAV file or a KISS-in. Okay. All right. You want a sample rate too? We can do that. So we're going to say it is a raw int16. And we're going to say samp rate trying to see if there's a typical sample rate. I'll try this 48 kilohertz. 48E3. How do you like that? Didn't. Okay, let's see. Samp underscore rate 48E3. All right, what did I do wrong there? Well, I think we just need to figure out how it works. I don't know that it's difficult. We just need to figure out how it works. Guys, let's see, the last time I saw James was at Belton. I guess that was a year ago, James. Was that at Belton? No. Maybe it was at Belton. Is that when you won the radio? James, was that a Belton I saw you? I think it was. James walked away with a radio that day. Door prize. All right, let me see here. Okay. Error argument raw int 16. Expected one argument. All right, let me look at my. Okay. Let's see, am I using raw int wrong? Let's see. Raw int 16 can be used to read recording in int 16 format. The file is interpreted as IQ or real according as to whether the IQ argument is used or not. So I'm not using that. The sample rate of the recording needs to be specified with the samp rate argument. Okay. So what if I put it after? Does that matter? Samp rate. Wave file samp rate 48.3. Okay, so no errors, but no output either. Yeah, Belton, FTM 6000. Nice. All right, so also seen you in Irvin. Yeah. That's what was confusing me. I wasn't sure if it was if you won the radio at Belton or at Irvin. Let's see. GR. Let's list satellites. I want to make sure it is. That's a pile of satellites in there. Did you guys see Hades? Hades R. 200 baud FSK download. FSK Hades R. 98710. I don't know if it has to be all caps, if it matters, if it doesn't matter. It didn't bark at it, but I really feel like we got a good recording. I just need to figure out the right way to decode it. Okay, so no errors, but no output. I wonder if, let's see. let's see if I'm telling it is 48K. But is it 48K? Let's see if I can verify that. Ooh. It's not 48K. It's 44,100. Okay. So let's fix that. Um, 44. What is that? What notation is that? Scientific notation. So it's just standard scientific notation. Okay. So what did I say that was? 44,100. Let's see. Hey, what are we going on tonight? Whiskey 5, Tango X-Ray X-Ray. Hey, John, thanks for hanging out as long as you did. Appreciate it. Patrick, welcome back. Yeah, so Whiskey 5, Tango X-Ray X-Ray. What we're doing is we captured some telemetry from a satellite, SO-124, at midnight. And it was about a 10-minute pass. So for the past 20 minutes, we've been trying to figure out how to decode it using a tool called GR Satellites. And so trying to figure out how to use the tool in addition to determining what are the correct values to decode the telemetry that was captured using an SDR. So that's what we're working on. And I'm trying to figure out the correct scientific notation for the sample rate. Okay, got it. So this sample rate needs to be, okay, let me just back up. So for folks who just joined, so this is the SDR that we used. The format or the type is int16, integer 16. And then the sample size, or the sample size, we thought was 4800, but it was actually in 44100. So now, using a command line tool, we're telling this tool GR Satellites that the satellite telemetry is coming from satellite with a NORAD ID of 98710, which is the same thing as Hades R, which is the same thing as SO124. So we're telling GR Satellites that we've got an SO124 file. It's of a raw integer 16 type. This is the location of the file, and the sample rate is not 44E3, but instead is 4.41E4, which is the E notation for 44100. Make sure I got that right. 441E4. All right, let's see what we got. Nothing. Okay. GR Satellites, raw int 16. So is this like AX25 packet decoding? Kind of. So this is actually, here, I'll show you the satellite definition. So all these satellites are defined within the GR Satellites tool. Hades R is the satellite we recorded, which has this NORAD ID. And let's see, we recorded this 200 baud FSK, so it's in an FSK format on this frequency. So that's what we're trying to decode. So this is frequency shift keying encoded data. And I'm just trying to figure out, like I said, I feel like we've got a good file. Just trying to figure out what the appropriate switches are. Can you just use 44100? Let's see what happens. I was trying to use the E notation because that's what the sample, that's what the example for 48K used. It didn't bark at it. Let's see here. GR Satellites. So GR Satellites, the satellite ID or name. Is this dash H for help? Maybe, maybe not. Ignore unknown arguments. Sat config. We're relying on the definition within the application itself. So wavefall, so it is a wave file, but all right, let's try something else. Let's see if we can get some help. Okay, which requires setting the sample rate and using the correct decoder. Okay. GR Satellites, Hades R, the wave file name. So that's what we tried before. Okay, so we're going to say GR Satellites. I'm going to do it just like they say, just in case there's something bizarre. Okay, we're going to say it is, that's an extra space in there. We're going to say it is, it's not a, I'm going to try it just for the, well, let's try this first. Can't imagine. It's got to be all caps named that way. Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay. Let's try. We're going to make this wave file. Okay, nothing. And here's a template for decoding a live stream. Yeah, we're not doing that. So Hades R, wave file, UDP, sample rate. Let's see, the sample rate of your input source specified in hertz. This is a critical. Of course, they don't show what that looks like. You dirty buggers. If you have trouble decoding, your radio or SDR software might have inverted the FSK signal. Very, very interesting. Let's try that. I feel like we know it's in raw int, so I'm going to leave that there. Samp rate 44,100. Is this? Yeah. Input gain -1. Holy smokes! Would you look at that? Great googly muggly. Are you guys excited? Holy smokes. I might be a little excited. All right. So, verbose PDU, power distribution unit maybe? Verbose PDU debug print. Transmitter 200 baud FSK downlink. PDU length 29 bytes. Vector content. Okay. Verbose PDU debug print. We got it again. Transmitter 200 baud. PDU length 15 bytes. PDU. We got something. How frickin' cool is that? Now I'm curious. Good call. Whose call was that? That was Sean. Nice call. I'm going to try just, I want to see if it makes any difference. I want to see if it like doesn't do something. So we're going to call this e-notation 4.41E4 4.41E4. Same thing. Oh, that's beautiful. That is so cool. That came from frickin' outer space. How cool is that? This was transmitted by a satellite, probably, well, let's look. Probably 400 miles away. Let me see. I am curious. Talk to me, ISS detector. 284 miles away right now. So who, give or take a little bit while it was over us. Isn't that crazy? That is so crazy. Kyle. Hey, Kyle, check this out, man. Check this out. You see this information right here? This stuff right here? That information came to us from outer frickin' space. That is so cool. So we tracked an SO-124 pass at midnight, and we downloaded the telemetry, and it's taken us a little while to figure out how to decode it. But we've got a wave file, and what was throwing us off, you know, Google to the rescue here. Google to the rescue, and they suggested that the SDR might invert the FSK. And if you use this input gain -1, it can correct the polarity. We added that switch, and boom, we were in business. All right, so what's this hex dump? Let's see what this looks like. That doesn't look any different to me. But that is really freaking cool. Let's see, I don't think... Now, what would be great, and maybe it can, and I don't know how yet, is if we could record the waterfall while it was happening. Now, maybe if we recorded the IQ, maybe... now, this is interesting. In the radio settings, you can invert the IQ. I wonder if that would have fixed it so that we didn't need to do that. I'm going to play around with that at another time. LOL, wrong account above. Oh, I didn't even notice that, man. I was so excited. Ah, that is so cool. I mean, that's so cool that that came from outer space. And so I think we're looking at, right, what's it say here? Verbose PDU debugging print. 200 baud FSK downlink, which is exactly what we expect. I'm going to dig up and see if I can learn what this might mean. This might be published somewhere. Might be published. Well, let's do this. Let's do this, friends. Let's go to Satnogs. Let's go to SO-124. Daggone it, I can't be typing on this other keyboard and expect anything to happen. All right, let's find SO-124. Okay, let's look at the data decoder fields. So here's all the stuff you could get. Wow. There's a ton of stuff you can get. Look at all this. Okay, we want to see. Is PDU listed as one of them? Not like that. The SatNogs decoder repository. Oh, that's not what I want. I don't want that. I want to try to see. What did that say again? It was verbose PDU. PDU vector contents. Yeah, I'm not sure which one this might be or how to sync those up. That'll be something to try to dig into. Let's see if I go back to info, go to network observations. We'll see if anybody else had an observation at this same time. This was one 114 on the 27th. Yeah. 26, 27. So this was a little bit. So let's see, where was this? Let's see what this looks like. Yeah, see, remember how we saw this 2 lines? That's the telemetry right there. Now this hasn't been validated or verified yet. I don't know that that's good yet. Let's see. Let's see. This is just a few minutes after. Oh yeah, remember we saw some of this here too, guys? We saw some of that. We saw some of that. Got their audio file. So I don't think the data's been demodulated yet. I think maybe they do that in some sort of batch process. Let's see what this one. Oh, this one's got some data. That doesn't. Oh yeah. So there's like those little 2 lines. That's like the telltale say. I guess that's supposed to be CW. Yep, just a bunch of E's. EI, EI, EI. That's not very inspiring. It's not as cool as getting this stuff, let me tell you. Let's see. Here's some more FM. Waiting for waterfall, so they still have some other stuff that's downloading. Well, I tell you what, I am pretty doggone excited. I am pumped. That is awesome. There's just, you know, the voice thing is obviously very cool as well, but there's just something about getting data that is just feels a little different. Run it past Google AI. Maybe it will activate a terminator. Yeah. Can you play back the IQ? So I captured it as a wave file, Kyle. So I was using this SDR++, and there's a few different ways that you can configure it. And so in the radio section here, right here. Now this is interesting, right? This direct sampling as either the I branch or the Q branch, but I don't know how you would do both, or maybe that doesn't do what I think it ought to do. But the first thing that kind of screwed us up was, so it's saving it as a wave file, but the sample type is actually INT16, and you can change it here. So we had to set that correctly in the decoder. And then we also had to set this this bit rate. All the samples, all the examples were at 48. And we were using that until we realized, hey, wait, we've got to change that. But I don't see where. I've got to do some more reading to see, because it would be very cool if you could record the IQ and then play the whole thing back. Now, I don't see any way within this interface, anyhow, where you can load an IQ. Well, maybe it's right here. Oh yeah, I bet you right here, right? You tell it I want to pull it from the network. Instead, what's that? Oh yeah, it gives me a ton of different options at least. But I was pulling it directly from the RTL SDR. So this is, here, Kyle, I'll show you the setup that we've got. So this is just the old Lenovo X220. We got the little the Newell X Smart SDR. I've got a little bandpass filter on here, 433 megahertz bandpass filter. And we're just, rocking this application here that I was showing on the screen. But I got to find out, this thing has so many options. So many options. Tons and tons of different modules you can include. Yeah, so here's a file source. So looks like you can load that. I would be surprised if you can't save the IQ, but I don't know how to do that yet. I'm just so pumped that we captured the audio, and then we were able to decode that audio. And some satellites will create, some satellite groups who launch satellites, they'll create some tools so that you don't have to go through all this hard work. But doing it at the command line here really gives you a better appreciation for what's going on. At least for me, it helps connect some of the dots so I know what's happening here. And it just kind of improves your understanding of that whole decoding process, right? It's kind of better than just throwing it into a black box and then something pops out the other end. And then, if you know how to do this, if you know how to use this, and you understand how all these different parts and pieces work, right? Whenever we try to, right, the next time I'm lucky enough to capture, and I'm curious now, let's see where our friends, the Japanese satellites, are. Oh, I bet you we had just missed them. The next time this group of satellites, these 4 new Japanese satellites, have a footprint, I'm going to try to capture them again And now I know a little bit better about how these switches work. I would love to be one of the first people to decode data from one of those satellites. Because if we go out here and we look, I don't think anyone has decoded anything yet from these satellites. GHS-01. I gotta quit typing on that. Let me switch this over. Okay. There's people who are submitting stuff. Let's turn all these off. See that? There's no good decode. Ooh, wait a minute. Ooh, I got to take that back. Daggone it. Did somebody already get something here? Let's see. Let's see. Well, there's nothing there, right? They ask people, whenever you sign up and you register for a pass, they capture everything that comes across. That doesn't mean that there's data there. Here's where we can really check. Let's check the telemetry dashboard and see if anybody has actually, yeah, let's check the telemetry dashboard. Nothing, no data, right? So I would love to be one of the first people to contribute to the telemetry dashboard. So that's the goal. But, nobody publishes the information on how these satellites work until much later, because they want to make sure everything is working the way they expect it to, all the rest of that stuff, right? In maybe another week or two, they may publish how to go about this. But once you understand how it works, you know which switches to pull, you can try to get there. All right, let's see. 16 people, 1 o'clock. And I've got an early morning bike race tomorrow. So for those of you who joined late, my club is providing support for a fundraiser tomorrow. That's a 100-mile bike race. And I am responsible for Station 6, which is down, it's the lowest point of the 100-mile course. And I have to go and set up my station, get my 2-meter, 70-centimeter J-pole is high in the air. I put it up on a 35-foot mast, and that usually gets me out of the hole. But I've got to dig all that crap out yet and have my station set up. Waiting for the first bike to come through by 8:30 tomorrow morning. All right. Well, any final thoughts or questions tonight before we wrap things up? I appreciate you guys. We got 16 people still hanging out there. 4 hours into the stream and you're still hanging out. Good stuff. I appreciate you guys. You've got to get up early and be in the sun tomorrow. Yeah. I'm going to be sitting under the easy up with like a gallon of water. And I'll probably be heading over to the food tray, or I set up one easy up and I've got the communication station. There's another guy who sets up, 25 yards from me. He sets up the station for all the bikers to come in, right? They come in, get water, pickle juice, snacks, right? They get bananas, oranges. There's all kinds of goodies there, granola bars, whatever they need. So I'm going to be raiding the goodies, I am sure. But yeah, it's a long day in the sun, starting early in the morning and going to about 2 o'clock. So, well, gang, we got packets, we decoded packets. I'm calling this a huge success. Super pumped. Can't wait to try some more of it. So glad we were able to get this done on stream so you guys could struggle through that and see how it works. Hopefully this inspires you guys to go out there, try to capture some telemetry of your own. And now you see how you just kind of work through it, right? You just try to figure out what it takes to get this stuff decoded. And Google, right? Google Sensei is always your friend, and certainly came through for us tonight. Certainly came through. Input gain -1. Who knew? That's the magic switch. All right, guys. Well, thanks so much for hanging out. I appreciate each and every one of you guys. Had a great time tonight, and hope you guys have a great next or rest of your weekend and next week. I'm going to get back to a little bit of the Hamtastic next week. Hopefully, I'll get the separation kit for the satellite rotator, and I can move that project forward. But if not, we'll find something else to do. So until then, guys, get out there and play some radio. Have a good time. Have a good time with it, and we'll see you later. Sunday night, 6 o'clock. Hopefully I'll see you out there on Tank's spot. But until then, we'll see you guys. 7-3.